We're good. Okay, Zelnus, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, welcome everybody to the Moon, then a bird story, then Finding Paradise. We're gonna do 3 games for you guys back to back, basically finishing the entire series in just a couple of hours. I'll be trying to narrate the story as best I can as we go. There'll be a little bit of noise in the back, just don't mind that. Nothing to worry about there. We're going to start with a bit of prologue to give you guys an idea as to what this game is all about. And well, we see a few kids play the piano. Oh, yeah, by the way, for anybody planning to stay through the entire game, expect to cry. That's basically what this series is known for, so... Yeah, we're gonna start off here. We hit a tree. That is not a great start. We ran over a squirrel or something, and in an attempt to dodge it, we kind of ran into this tree. See, to the moon, and with that, the entirety of the Sigmund Corp games. Basically, what we do throughout these games is we play these 2 doctors, Watts and Rosaline, I believe it is. And we're from the Sigmund Corporation, a corporation that has developed the technology to go into somebody's memories, and, you know, as they're lying on their deathbed, we can go into their memories and make them think as if, or that we can alter their memories basically to kind of make their final wish come true, or at least make them think they did. Now, we're not actually changing time or anything, we're just changing memories. That's the idea, at least. So we reached the house of our first client for today. There's a few kids playing the piano, and they're gonna call for their mom. Now, for the entire series, we're gonna have a 2 stories of people that we're gonna play through, and then the game we do in between, a bird story, is kind of stands apart from the other 2. Act 1. Never told anyone, but always thought they were lighthouses. All of those lines are going to be important later on, by the way. They play a significant role, but we won't know what that is until we're much further into the game. So we're gonna meet Johnny. Johnny is the man who lives here, and well, he doesn't have much time left. So we're gonna help him make his pick up the equipment. We're gonna help him make his final dream come true. So these 2 kids, they're gonna play the piano here while we're upstairs getting everything installed. Here we go. Now there's 2 skips throughout this entire run that we get to do. Both save quite a significant amount of time, and the first one's actually coming up relatively soon already. So this is the machine that we use, and basically that's going to connect us to the mind of Johnny. And we're gonna go in, basically throughout the first part of the game, throughout Act 1, we're gonna go through his memories bit by bit, traveling back from present day, or at least his most recent memories, all the way back to his childhood. The idea is that once we've reached his childhood, we can then connect all the memories and change the one thing that caused him to never make his dream come true, so that he himself, at least in his memories, would have taken different actions. Kind of a butterfly effect in a sense. It doesn't really matter which doctor we pick here. We picked Watts, which is actually a little bit slower. But overall, over the course of the run, it's very little time that loses. The problem is that actually mashing towards the different text box, or the different dialogue option, is usually pretty difficult to do, as it's very easy to overmash it. So here we talk to the kids. They've been... or their mom told us that they will give us a tour of the house. And, well, they may need some convincing. They want $1 million, or the candy cane in the kitchen, because their mom always puts it on top of the shelf so they can't reach it. So we're gonna grab that little table there to get high enough up. And we're gonna give them the candy cane. Now, they start with telling us that, you know, we should start with the funny room, the room in the basement. Now, the room in the basement is actually locked, so this, and they tell us that the key is in the book room. So we grab the key, and now it's time for us to head to the funny room. So we open up the door, and then we open up, we check we put on the light, and we see dozens and dozens of paper rabbits. Origami rabbits. Okay, so this is where we're gonna have to take it slow, because this is where the first skip is at. Okay, so we said stay and wait for the machine, and I took it really slow there, which obviously loses a little bit of extra time, but by not having to go to the lighthouse, we save ourselves about 2 minutes, because now we can just instantly go up here. Yeah, unfortunately we're gonna skip that, Selnus. We're not gonna see that cutscene because it's slow. It's one of the few parts that we can actually skip here. We're gonna sit on the couch, and we're gonna get connected. We're gonna go through about 16 pieces of memory here. 16 parts of Johnny's life, bit by bit, learning a little bit more of what his life was like, what made him tick, that sort of stuff. And we're going to start with the most recent memory, the day that he was planning to call us. Oh. Bit of a sloppy movement there. As we go outside, we see Johnny up here, looking at the lighthouse, staring at the cliff. And we also see Lily with him. We tell him who we are, and that we're from the Sigmund Corporation. And he's like, oh, how convenient, I was just about to call you guys. It's only then that he realized that he's already called us. And, well, he knows what that means. Yo, Yuri, thank you. So he knows that this means that he is about to pass away, and that we're now in his memories. We ask him what he wishes for, like his final, his big dream, basically. He tells us that he wants to go to the moon, but he also doesn't know why. He just does. As we go through the memories, we will start to eventually find out why, but that won't be until Act 3, so we'll be a bit further into the game by the time we get to that point. Now, in order to travel through the memories, we need a memento, a keepsake of sorts. The first one is going to be this origami rabbit. If we had gone to the lighthouse, we would have seen this before. We just solve a little bit of a puzzle. Very easy puzzle still right now. And with that, we travel back just a little bit. As we see hundreds of origami rabbits spread across the house, and Johnny playing the piano. Thank you. So at some point he stops playing, and that is actually part of his memory, and he smashes the piano. We'll learn what's exactly going on here, but... Now, we can't actually move on to the next memory, because basically the item that is going to connect this memory to the next one is locked, in a sense. And in every piece of his memories, we're gonna try and find some items that help us connect through certain parts. These are gonna be called memory links. In this case, we need 5 of them in order to break up the memento and allow us access to the next memory. Just like before, we get a little bit of a puzzle here. Trick behind that one is that they want to show us that we can also do diagonals, and then we just activate the memento. Thanks, Skip. By the way, to everybody in my chat right now, I would recommend going over to twitch.tv/reallyreallylongathon. That's where the big event is going on. So we're now about 2 years back from present day, and we see Johnny standing over a grave. It's the grave of his wife, River Wiles. And she's been buried there beneath the lighthouse. He also tells us that it didn't need to happen. We don't really know why yet, just that she didn't have to do it. He also tells us about Anya. And that River basically gave her life to save Anya. At this point, we don't know yet who Anya is, however. We'll get to that when we get there. But the name Anya is gonna be important again later. We unlock the next memento, just like before. Solve the puzzle. And we move on. So this is another important one, because this is where the second major skip of this run is going to happen. We're going to start with a bit of a cutscene. Johnny tells River that they have just enough. They can make it work. They can pay for their operation. Or for her operation, rather. They can get it both paid, but she knows that it's not true. She knows it's a lie. And she calls him out on it. And at that point she tells that when the paperwork comes in, she's going to refuse. She's not going to get treatment. Because she doesn't want her to suffer. And, you know, Johnny asks what about her, and she says that she'll be happy. It's her decision. She then gives him a multicolored paper rabbit. And Johnny tells her that he's written a song for her, whether she wants to hear it or not. Oh, Lestris, it's gonna get so much better, the music. It's... you'll see. Johnny here, he's gonna start playing the piano. Song that we may have heard before, and a song we're bound to hear several more times. Ah, crap. Okay, I missed the second one. It's not a huge deal. I was supposed to skip this scene, but I overmashed it. That's what I mean with it's really easy to overmash that sort of stuff. Where's the last one again? Usually I skip this scene, so I don't have to deal with this. I'm a little unsure as to where the second part is. That's gonna be a bit of a time loss, but it's not a huge deal. There it is. Sorry, getting some other stuff done while I'm at it. So next up... we end near the house here, being built. The very house that we saw earlier on, and the house that we're in. So, we're now at that cliff. Oh yeah, that's something I haven't mentioned yet, but they're indeed working on the fourth game in the series right now, and it's scheduled for release next year, so... Yeah, that's what I just got as well, yep. Yep. My phone just went off and I was like, wait, what the heck's going on? But not important. First Monday of the month and I kind of forgot that. We always get one of those alerts at that point. So here we see Johnny talk to Isabel, and by this point Johnny knows that they're not going to be able to afford it, and he says that he's going to lie to the River. He's going to say that they can, and Isabel tries to convince him that it's wrong to lie, but you know, what is he supposed to do? He doesn't want to be alone. Because he already knows that when if River were to need to make the choice, she would sacrifice her own life. Johnny's afraid to be alone. Afraid to lose her. So sometimes you can get those orbs just by going to a specific location. And that becomes very clear in this one. We just have to go to certain places in order to get all the orbs. Then we can go to the pickled olives over here to move on to the next part. So next up, we're going to end up in a bar. By this point, we're starting to travel a decent amount back through his life. Things are a lot happier here. Well, they just bought the deed and construction's going to start soon. And they're quite happy about that. They've got history with that place, so they're happy that they actually get to live there. Isabel and River decide to go outside, get some fresh air. So Nicholas and Johnny, they stay behind there and they start to talk about her condition. Johnny mentions that River has been making a lot of origami rabbits. Now this game beautifully combines both comic relief and the sadness of the story, basically, and it becomes very clear in this part. See, there aren't enough of those orbs here, so Watts is going to decide to interact, and well, he strikes up a conversation with Johnny. Ava, on the other hand, doesn't, like, he tries to do so by pretending to like pickled olives because that's what Johnny likes, and then Ava doesn't turn off the taste sensors, so he actually has to drink a bunch of pickled olives and he doesn't like it at all. But eventually we get to see the deed of the place they bought. Oh, I did that wrong. Supposed to do it like that. That's okay, though. That one's always really hard to see because it's like the shades are all white and the paper is white as well, making it kind of difficult. And so we get to the day that they decided to buy the lighthouse. Now we end up right on top, which isn't a major issue because, you know, they're in memories. It's not like they would actually feel any pain. Again, sorry for any noises in the back. It's, should mostly be done now. So Johnny mentions that, you know, it might be a tight squeeze, but if they're really careful with their money, they might actually be able to buy it, and that makes River quite happy to hear that. So they buy the lighthouse. Now, River was referring to the lighthouse as her, and it's only at this point that we realize that the Anya they've been talking about, that's actually the lighthouse. We also find a paper rabbit. Solve the puzzle real quick. Then we move on to the next scene. The day where we saw the first paper rabbit. A lot more of a sad day, really. I also see a box of just plain papers. Plain piece of paper. And so we go into the study here and we see River making paper rabbits. Lots and lots of paper rabbits. She asks Johnny to describe the rabbit. And again, remember the rabbits. That's gonna be relevant later on, because there's a reason she's making those rabbits. But at this point, we don't yet know why. But basically, the paper rabbits, River is trying to make Johnny remember something. And we'll get to what later on. Solve the puzzle. We're gonna move on to the next bit. That wasn't it. Wasn't sure. We're now going to make our way back to where the house is going to be, but it's not going to be there yet. We're just gonna make our way towards the cliff, where we find River and Johnny sitting there. And this is gonna be a very insignificant seeming scene, but it's kind of gonna be important as well. And again, we won't know until the end of this particular game. We won't know for another hour and a half or so. See, River, she brought something. A hacky sack. And it's quite an important hacky sack as well, but Johnny then just throws it. He doesn't remember what that hacky sack is all about. Get to that when we get there. So we now have the hacky sack, we've got rabbits, and we've got the lighthouse. Going back a little bit further into Johnny's adulthood by this point. Find Johnny and River at the library. They talk about her condition, because Isabel has the same condition, but to a different degree, basically. Not nearly as severe. Yo, Mark. Here we actually have to wait for Johnny. We're gonna play all three games, Mark. We're gonna do this one, Finding A Bird's Story, and Finding Paradise. So she's rereading The Emperor's New Clothes, and it's actually a book that we saw in Johnny's house quite a couple memories ago. Johnny's not a big fan of it because they're children's books. Again. River by this point's just moving on. That's still some ways away, Zelnas. That is, I believe, in Act 2. Interact with the book. And allow us to travel back once more. Time round to Johnny's wedding day. Yo, Graph, thanks for the bits. Believe it's just that one. I know we need one before moving on. Hope I'm not misremembering. I derusted Finding Paradise yesterday, but I haven't had a chance to derust this one. Which shouldn't be a major issue, honestly. Yeah. Back there. We get to see the memory of Johnny and River having just been married. And Johnny asks her if she's feeling any different now that they've got rings on. River isn't, or doesn't, but Johnny, he feels a little different. More responsibilities and whatnot. Just different. This is where they decide to name the lighthouse Anya. And they decide to just... They decide it's a good name. And then they both go inside. Have their first dance. Top of the lighthouse. Well, things don't go entirely as planned, but get back up, try again. Have their dance. So we get to see their wedding. Foot of the lighthouse. Yeah. Get married. You know, happy times. We're gonna head back a little bit, specifically to Johnny's mother. And Johnny's mother here says, "I'm so proud of you, Joey." Johnny shrugs it off as that's as a nickname, but another detail to remember. That name Joey. We also see that on the day of their wedding, somebody drove over a rabbit. The River standing next to the dead rabbit while Johnny tries to convince her to move on or they're gonna be late. Hey, one more back and we're now in the part where we're gonna play the horse mini game. Now we're gonna lose some time here, you'll actually, you guys won't see that, but the people in my chat will. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time to PB here because I did an extra scene. We're gonna start with some more comic relief here as Dr. Watts decides to get on a horse and ride the thing. Which starts pretty decent, but then somehow he ends up backwards and yeah. That's a thing. But we see Johnny and River, they're taking horse riding lessons here. River seems to enjoy it quite a lot. So this is one of the very few places in this entire run that actually has RNG to it. Don't think I have all of them just yet. I can't see, there's River. There we go. That's the last one. Like I said, that's one of two places in this entire run that has RNG to it. So going back a little bit further, we get to the day where River gets diagnosed. Now, the game never explicitly mentions what she has, but by the hints that they give, you can figure out that she's got a form of autism. We're gonna go in here. There's one. I thought there was one more memory. I guess that's it then. Now, the thing that's kind of an issue here is that the clock's ticking is very loud and it's upsetting River. So Johnny asks them if they can do something about that. The wrong one. Okay. There we go. Moving on. Now we're going to make quite a big jump as we're going to jump into Johnny's teenage year. We see Johnny sitting at the movies all by himself. Starts to look around a little bit, and then gets up and leaves. If we walk to the front of the movie theater, we also see Johnny once again just looking around as if he's waiting for someone. Oh, and as he's left the theater, he we see River walking out. Came back looking for Johnny. Johnny asked where she was, and because they were gonna go to the movies together. And River is like, well, I was at the movies. Because, they were watching the same movie in the same room, so they were watching the movies together. And Johnny just kind of laughs it off and says that he meant that he wanted to sit together and, watch it together like that. So they go back in. He just takes River as a bit strange because of it, but he finds it funny more than anything. So we see him and River sit at the movies. Now watching it together. Oh, sorry, my alerts are still on. I'll turn them off in a moment. I forgot to do that with the bit of a rushed setup that we had. My bad. And Grahav, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Okay, there we go. Shouldn't be an issue again. So we travel back just a few days this time around, where Nicholas decides to convince Johnny to ask River out. I mean, he clearly likes her, so... Yeah, I used to run Lufia 2, so that is indeed a theme from Lufia 2. So yeah, Johnny starts is a big word, but he gets into a conversation with River, and he asks what she's reading, and it's about platypuses, but nah, it's not that. It's about lighthouses. So he asks if she wants to go to the movies with him. And she says that she doesn't know and that she can't. When he asks why, she says that because there's no date and time. So he suggests like Friday at 8 or something, and she says yes. Well, after a very long pause, that is. Of course, Nicholas is not impressed at all with how Johnny asked her out, but... We get to see some of Johnny's classes here. This way that we go? Okay, it's this way first. I thought it was cafeteria first. That's okay, though. Miss. Oh, right. There we go. So, Nicholas and Johnny are talking here about River. Nicholas just finds her boring, but Johnny likes her. There's a little bit more, bit darker stuff there as well, but I honestly don't even remember what they say exactly there. We interact with the platypus again. Then the backpack is the key to move on to the next part. Go. Last one. Actually, no, there's one more. Yeah, there's one more. Now, you may already be able to tell, but there's actually a very important little detail here. I never picked up on it when I first played it, but... Again, we see Johnny's mother call him Joey. Nickname that we saw at the wedding as well. Basically to get to see Johnny's childhood home. Missed one in the room up here. Oh, it was just, I just needed to walk in there. I didn't miss one at all. For some reason I thought I did, but oh well. So we travel back to a little bit further into Johnny's childhood, but then something a little strange happens. See, we don't actually end up inside his memory like we would normally do, but rather we end up outside of it. Memory is, for some reason, not reachable. But yeah, not much we can do here anyway, so we're gonna move back and we're gonna just tie his memories together as far as we can and hope that that'll do the trick. Act 2. Billions of lighthouses stuck at the far end of the sky. So the idea now is that now that we've collected all the memories, we're gonna try to connect, or now that we have all the memories, we're gonna try to connect them together. And what that's supposed to do is that by connecting the memories, his wish basically gets transferred back to his earlier days, which should then convince him to do something different and make his dream come true to become an astronaut. So here we've got all of Johnny's memories lined up for us. His childhood memories being unavailable. Now, I will say right here, Act 2 is a bit of a weird act compared to the others. At first it's not too bad, but you'll see what I mean as we go. Wait. Right. Into that. Then I can keep connecting. 2 more for the clock. There we go. That should do it. Okay, so now that all of it is connected, we pull the switch, we see if anything changes. Now, initially, as we get here, everything seems to be exactly the same. Normally, after they transfer the memories, they should start seeing some changes here, but that isn't what happens at first. They'll meet with Johnny and River, or sorry, Johnny and Lily, and well. Even here, everything is the same. So much so even that Johnny tells us that he was about to call us. Rosaline is gonna attempt it again, see if we can connect the memories and transfer the wish, and things should be different at this point, but they're not. Now the only reason could be that something from his earliest memories is where we would need to alter something, but we can't access those. So they're gonna try a few other things to convince him. This is really where that comic relief part of the run comes in, or of the game comes in. You know, they're gonna try some interesting methods of trying to convince him to go to the moon. So the movie they watched together, that's gonna be different. It's a pretty bad movie, but so be it. Back in present day, again, nothing's different. So here something's a little bit different. That's not how that initially happened. As we go into the gymnasium, well, there's this big assembly because, well, there's a very special person at the school. You see, it's Dr. Watts, an astronaut from NASA. And he's gonna try to convince Johnny to become an astronaut. It's not quite going to work, because Johnny right here says right away that, well, he doesn't want to go into space. He doesn't want to become an astronaut. So Watts starts talking about all kinds of perks that would be involved in joining NASA. But at the end of the day, Johnny isn't convinced. He doesn't want to become an astronaut. He doesn't want to go to the moon. So, in any case, Watts tries to, or goes to see whether that changed anything, and it did not. So he just goes through the timelines trying to convince him to become an astronaut, but none of it really works. Because obviously none of that actually works. He can't go into, or he won't become an astronaut if he doesn't want to become an astronaut. He needs a reason. So at this point they realize that what they're doing is ridiculous and they should probably try and figure out a different solution, because this isn't gonna work. So back to present day it is. We're we're gonna see if we can figure out what's going on. Watts is gonna call the tech department, so to speak. Try and figure out what the reason is that things don't work, that we can't access memories. Rosaline is mostly just confused as to why it's not working in the first place. And they don't have much time left either. Because, I mean, if too much time passes, well, I mean, Johnny doesn't have that much longer. Day, maybe 2 at most. So, Watts here, he's trying to call, they call it their tech department, but the problem that we were having, that's not a bug in the system. That's essentially what it's going to boil down to. I'm gonna briefly talk to Lily here. We're actually not going to actually ask any questions. We just need to say that we're done with talking to her before we can actually move on. Now, what Watts does find out is that Johnny has a set of hidden medical records. They've been, or as a child, he was given a drug to block certain memories. And in order to get to those memories, we need some sort of a trigger. As we walk back out, Dr. Watts comes running in and starts complaining about the smell. Or at least we think at first that it's complaining, but the smell of the roadkill back at the road was very similar to the smell that they had at the memory, at the memory that we were trying to access. So we figure maybe if we can get a piece of roadkill and use that smell, then we might actually be able to trigger Johnny's childhood memories, like the earlier childhood. Now, I'm gonna give a bit of a warning in one way, but also well, I guess warning is not really the word I'm looking for, but things are going to get quite dark quite quickly in a moment. Not necessarily in a bad way, mostly just in a sad kind of way, but figured I would mention it at least. So if you're trying to understand what's really going on and what's causing, or why Johnny does what he does, this next part is gonna be important. Yeah, we're gonna get to the car here. Get a container of sorts that we can lock. Sure that none of the scent escapes. You see Dr. Watts running out, we don't really know why. It's not really relevant right now. And back up to Johnny. So Watts makes up some excuse to move away. We're just gonna move on though. With that, it's time to get started on... Oh right, no, there's another cutscene first. I thought this was gonna be the start of Act 3, but... not quite. Okay, so, everything's set up. The doctor has the container. I go back into Johnny's memories. Time to make things happen. Shine their lights, the other lighthouses, and at me. That was a really good Act 2, by the way. I lost like a minute and a half in Act 1, and I gained back a minute in Act 2. We're immediately gonna go to that ball from before. And we're gonna send the signal to the to let that send out in an attempt to access the next bit of memory. Now, as a result of the send, Johnny initially destabilizes a bit, so the doctor has to take over and try and stabilize him again. Rosaline tries to convince Watts to get out, because if this place stays unstable, it might become bad, and Watts is like, yeah, I'm not gonna risk myself. So they start arguing all the way to the point that Johnny gets stabilized again. So, with that, we now have access to his memory. Back in Johnny's early years. He's like 7, maybe 8 years old, roughly at this point. Mother right there. Start to see quite a few copies of Johnny in a sense. Shows that the system isn't exactly doing what it's supposed to. And we kind of just reached the end of the line. By this point, Rosaline's kind of figured it out. She knows what's going on. We see Johnny's mother get in the car there. Well, that happens. Now Watts gets a little confused because how can he remember this if he was unconscious? And at least he's happy that the kid survived, but didn't. That wasn't Johnny. Rather, twin brother Joey. His mother has been calling him Joey ever since because she couldn't really deal with what had happened. Johnny was given drugs to block this memory. To block out the day that his brother died. So we're gonna go back a little bit more. To the day where we're still alive. Rosalina, by the way, mentioned that she had a suspicion it was something like this. In Johnny's room, in his last childhood memory that we were able to access, there's a bunk bed. Because Joey and Johnny used to share a room before Joey passed away. Here we see them talk about the carnival. And, well, Johnny's given away his prize. A stuffed animal, a platypus. Joey mentions that, you know, anything that's Johnny's is also... or anything that's his is also Johnny's. So Johnny can play with the train whenever he feels like it. And so we get to a festival here. The day where Joey gets a train, and Johnny gets a toy as well. We'll see later what the toy is. We also have to play a game of whack-a-mole. Now, I am very good at whack-a-mole. So let's see how well we do, okay? You guys ready for it? There, got one. Oh, got two even. I think that was three. That's how good I am. I was able to hit it before it even showed up. Oh, we've hit a few. There's another one. Yep, we got it. Wow, well that wasn't too great, was it? Let's see, we hit very few, but it's still a new record, so it counts. You just need to hit one, essentially. It really doesn't matter what score you set as long as you hit at least one. Doesn't save any time if you get a better score. So this is the world's smallest Ferris wheel. It doesn't work. It doesn't actually do anything. You can't ride it. So it's basically worthless. So we see Johnny and Joey here. Joey is enjoying these pickled olives, and Johnny doesn't like them at all. He's not a fan. Which is interesting because later in life he always seems to be drinking pickled olives. We follow Johnny into the playground and he decides to kind of just go the other way. Not exactly following Mom's orders. Now it's time to see what really makes him tick. This is the last... I believe this is the last memory of Johnny that we're going to go through. Where we're going to see why he wants to go to the moon. I mean, it's been an hour, it's been nearly an hour and a half, so might as well, right? So he gets up here, starry sky. Note that the text from here on is going to go quite a bit slower than before. We're actually going to be able to somewhat read along. So Watts and Rosaline, they kind of start to just joke around again. Watts tells about how he got addicted to coffee. You know, as his grandfather used to take him here every year. But then the next day, they'd have to pretend that he had actually slept. Because, you know, his mom wouldn't let him stay up. So that's how he got addicted to coffee. Yeah, Johnny doesn't actually remember any of this. Or he didn't, at least. Then we hear a noise from behind us. Well... a particular girl walking this way. See, Johnny and River, they never met in high school. They'd met before. Johnny decides to invite her to watch the stars with her, or with him. He says that he's in her spot. So they do. Look at him. Did you know there were so many lights in the sky? Starts to talk, you know, she doesn't like crowds, and Johnny's like, neither do I. He doesn't want to tell her name, because everybody makes fun of it in school. He's like, well, it can't be worse than John. I mean, everyone in the world is named John. Even in India? Probably even in India. He wouldn't mind that. A boring name, a name that everybody else has. He wouldn't mind having the same name. Like the lights in the sky. They'll look the same, but they're all different. Apparently her dad tells her that they're burning spheres of gas, but that's probably a lie. Because, you know, grown-ups make stuff up. They suggest making a bunny out of the stars. Remember all the paper rabbits? That she's trying to tell something. He starts counting down and she immediately sees one. Think big. Bigger than all the others. Sees it. There, right? 2 ears. Feet. And the moon. Moon is its big round belly. And what she thinks they really are? She hasn't told anyone, but always thought they were lighthouses. Billions of lighthouses stuck at the far end of the sky. It isn't lively up there. See the other lighthouses. But you know, they can't talk to each other because they're all too far away. Shine their light from afar. Shine their light at the other lighthouses. At me. And one day, she's going to befriend one of them. Now remember the prize from Whack-A-Mole? Well, River was too clumsy to win anything. But John, he got a thing. Some kind of weird duck beaver thing. And that's how River got the platypus. She would have liked to win one herself, but she's too clumsy. You know, in that sack there's another thing. Because, you know, Johnny can always win another one next year. They agree to meet up again 1 year later. Same place, same time. What if they forget or get lost? We can always regroup on the moon. Right on the rabbit's tummy. Also in the back is a hacky sack. Because, you know, she was clumsy, so maybe this'll help her. Yeah. Within that next year, his brother would die and all these memories would be blocked off. If they ever got lost, they were supposed to meet up here. But they never did. And now our job is to, well, sure Johnny goes to the moon. There's only one way to do that. See, our contract is to send him to the moon, and the only way to motivate him to do so is by removing River. Yeah. Their job is to remove her, even if that means Johnny would be less happy with it. So now we're gonna get to the second RNG part of this run. Plants vs. Zombies part. Ava is gonna try to block us from trying to make sure that we can't stop her from removing River and basically forcing Johnny to go to the moon. Yeah, where these spikes spawn is random. Also, there are a bunch of zombies here, or zombie Avas, zombie Vus for short. But we've got plants, so. Oh, and just like that. Well, she's already done. Already done. Late to stop it. We're being taken away. She hasn't disappeared. She still exists. She's just not here anymore. Now Rosaline's gonna do one more thing for put things in motion. Like that, it's done. Connie now moves up to ask River out. She would have, but isn't there. Like that, everything changes. There is one little change she's made. In this memory, Joey never died. Oh, never went to the movies.
Short steps, deep breath. Everything is alright.
Goes with friends instead.
Chin up, I can't step into the spotlight. She said, I'm sad, somehow without any words. I just stood there, searching for an answer.
Never went horse riding.
When this world is no more, the moon is all.
Well, what does he want to become?
I'll ask you to
An astronaut.
fly away with me until the stars all fall down. They empty from the sky, but I don't mind.
So the wedding never happened. He never bought that lighthouse. Johnny, well, spent his time studying.
Why do my words always lose their meaning? What I feel, what
Keeps
I
pushing.
say, there's such a rift between them. He said, I can't really seem to read you. I just stood
So he
there,
applies to NASA.
never know what I should do. When this world is no more,
Again.
the moon is all we'll see.
Again.
I'll ask you to fly away with me until the stars all fall down. They empty from
Joey
the
eventually makes it as a writer.
but I don't mind if you're with me. Then everything.
And then right there at the signing, he gets a call. Oh, we're not done yet, Lexi.
If
We're not done yet.
you're with me, then everything's
See, got accepted. So we get to NASA. Or at least what Johnny thinks is NASA. A book that Joey wrote, all about Johnny's journey to become an astronaut. Get to see Mission Control Center. And it's quiet now, but big day it'll be packed with people here. centrifuge. Well, if Johnny's lucky, he'll come to hate that thing someday. Also get to see the space shuttle. You know what the best part of it is, though? The top and the bottom part. Be a shame if you couldn't see that. It looked totally different on the day of the launch as well. Well, and lastly, we have the break room. See Johnny getting introduced to one of his colleagues. Like that, there is another new colleague, new recruit coming in. Her name is River. And she was never deleted, she was just moved. I mean, they had agreed that they wouldn't meet up. They'd always regroup on the moon. Well, Johnny, he's written a piece on the piano. Called The Moon. So, years pass by. Both Johnny and River train, get ready. So the big day comes. So we get to see the launch. One day, befriend one of them. You know, just like that. Up getting married by the lighthouse. Bought the place. Themselves that house. Note the heartbeat in the back, by the way. And well, his last memory, just before he died. Him and River holding hands, finally together. That is to the moon. Now we can't actually close the game just yet, because there is a few more text boxes after the credits. Well, Lexi, in that case, I'm afraid to tell you that this isn't even the last of the onion cutting ninjas that we're going to see today. Because we still have 2 more games to go. This was just part 1. I did, Mark. Admittedly, it still makes me, or it still gets me very close to crying, even after speedrunning it for a while. Yeah, these are all made in RPG Maker. Just shows how much you can do with just something basic like that. So that was game 1. We're gonna move on to game 2 after we're done here. Yo, Killer, go over to the really longathon channel if you want to see the full marathon. You're also welcome to stay in my chat, but I won't be responding to my chat much. That goes for anybody in my chat, by the way. I won't be responding to people in my chat much. Yeah, we get the call of our client here. That was not a bad to the moon time at all. Let's start the second game. Come on. Hold on. Takes me a little bit of time to set that up. Should have it right away now. Yeah, A Bird Story is kind of a side game. It's much shorter than the other games. This one's only going to be about an hour. And this is kind of the prologue to of Finding Paradise. So it still plays in the same world, and we're gonna meet the main protagonist of the next game. So this game is a bit different in that it doesn't have any text. So you can actually pretty much follow along with what's happening. The kid in question here, I'm gonna tell you that right now, is the main character for the third game, Finding Paradise. And this game will actually get referenced as we run Finding Paradise later. There's not really any spoilers in what I said just now. I'll also mention this is probably the game I'm the least prepared for. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Finding Paradise I've got prepared decently well. I did a D-Rust run of that yesterday, and we finished, I think, a minute 28 behind world record. So, that, if game 3 goes well, it's very plausible that we get a record on that. But we'll see. By the way, check if I actually updated, if the title for on the really longathon stream was updated. Don't think it was. That's fine though. Someone remind me to update the title between this game and the next. Or if there's if Zelnus is still here, you would be so kind to change it to A Bird Story for the game. You updated it, fantastic. I'm gonna buy and play To the Moon 3, yeah, for sure. We get to see a glimpse of Colin's life here, his childhood. That's really what these scenes are all about. Certain scenes you'll see again in Finding Paradise. So that's kind of going to be a thing. There's 2 or 3 scenes that we'll see again in the next game. I believe this might actually be one of them. Yeah, this is one of them, really. Throughout, you'll notice none of the other kids have a face, which essentially boils down to none of these have actually played a significant enough role in Colin's life that he remembers them. Dude, now I want to enter this. Hold on, I gotta open this. Needed to move that way. Oh, right. Whoops. Supposed to go here. We see Colin sitting on the thing, and again we see him alone. Yo, Tal, go over to the really long-a-thon chat if you really do want to say anything. Like that's where that's where I'll be responding. I won't be looking at my own chat. Well, I'll be looking at it, but generally won't be replying to it. If that makes sense. This is why I said this is easily the game I'm the least prepared for. It's okay though, that's accounted for in my estimate. If it's this door? No, one further, isn't it? Yeah, one further. I knew it wasn't the first one. He comes home and again we see that nobody's there. His mom left him a note, but that's about it. well, quite a stack of notes. Wait, was there anything else I could do? Oh. About to say, that wasn't anything else there, right? Yeah, we saw Johnny jumping on the bed in his parents' bedroom because, you know, they're not there anyway. And he takes a page out of the green book that he has and running around, folds it into a paper airplane and starts to run around. And again, these scenes will all matter again in Finding Paradise. We'll see them again there. The one thing we see a lot throughout, pretty much throughout this entire part of the game, is how lonely Colin is. Parents are never home. Plays by himself. Doesn't really have any friends at school. Yeah, I can see that, Zelnus. To be honest, for the longest time, I didn't know either. So, when Colin wakes up, he does a blanket wrapped around him. Left there by his parents. Probably lost a bit of time to that, but she was gonna get real annoying. Oh, right, the book. Uh... The note mentions that it's raining outside and I should take the umbrella, but we're just gonna ignore that. Nice, Mark. Just like that, we walk back into class. You can already see, just by the way that this part is designed. I mean, he walks out of the apartment and basically into the school right away, and that's just because Colin's got quite the imagination, and let's just say his memories aren't quite what they seem. We do have a very angry teacher because Colin fell asleep in class here. Walk outside and Colin just kind of starts to play in the water and jump in the puddles and whatnot. Kind of his way of having fun. Then just as we pass, we hear something behind the trees. We see this bird being chased by a raccoon or something. Or a badger, I guess. The bird, he's hurt. One of the wings, one of the wings is broken, I believe. Right, we move out, and then just as we look around, the badger is back. So we protect the little bird best way we can. Bring it with us. Yo, good luck at work, Mark. Kind of see the trees make a path for us as we go, and that's again like that's just Colin's imagination of his path to the vet. Thank you, Mark. The vet is closed. Gonna move on. We're gonna bring the bird with us. Of course, we gotta make sure to not get seen by the guard here. I mean, no pets allowed, so... So off we go, back to Colin's apartment. Gotta be very casual about bringing that bird inside. But just like the day before, Mom and Dad aren't home. Another note from them. They leave every day, basically. Just let the little birdie go outside. You gotta imagine at this point the little birdie has got to be thirsty and hungry, so we're gonna take care of that. Unfortunately, we can't do both at the same time, so I'm gonna just have to walk back and forth. And then the little birdie seems to be gone. But, you know, he can't fly, so he can't kind of jump, right? Then it turns out he's in the tree. Hiding away like that. And Colin is clever enough to figure it out. Just break the bread into pieces so that the bird has something to eat. The other side, there's other birds. The bird can't reach them because their wing is broken. Yeah, I believe we're gonna move on to the next day here. To bring him to the vet. That's it. One of those games where it's been a while since I ran it and it tries to just tell the entire story with just images, which I gotta say, I'm impressed with how well they did that. But we really don't have a whole lot of story happening until we get into the next game. Oh yeah, also that's a thing. We're gonna float as much towards the, I believe towards the left as possible. It doesn't really matter, we land in the same spot anyway. I know we have to go one, did we go right here? Maybe. I think so. Looks like it. Yeah. Like I said, we have to take the bird to the vet here. This time he's there. Yo, Sam. So the doc here is he's gonna ask for some items for us to bring. Things like bandages, that sort of stuff. Just bring that to the doctor. There's the bandages. He fixes up the bird a little bit. I mean, it'll still take time to heal, but at least that way the wing can properly heal. So he suggests the bird to stay here at the vet while it heals. We can go move on towards home. While the doctor is going to grab a cage for the bird, we're going to sneak back in and bring the bird with us. This is again that loneliness that I mentioned. The bird, well, really Colin's only friend. We bring the little bird to the hilltop here. Fortunately, there's really not much we can do for him. All the other birds can fly just fine, but can't. So we get to move on to the next day. Our day in class. We made a paper airplane and we're gonna play fetch with the bird. Instead, he just takes the paper airplane and walks away with it. In reality, it was more so our walk home there. Remember what we do in rain? Like to have fun. Jump up and down in the puddles. This time around, the birdie actually... Nope, he still goes running off, and he even throws the paper airplane into the water and then starts to jump on top of it. And for show and tell, we bring our little bird friend. Get some ice cream for us and our bird. Or rather, well, the bird takes all of the ice cream and then puts it nicely back on the cone. Like that, he's gonna get launched into space. Him and his little bird friend. And this is all just to show what kind of imagination Colin has, really. Like, all of this is just to show you the kind of person that he is, the kind of kid that he is. His friend being a bird like that. And, you know, just everything that he does. Definitely a kid with a lot of imagination and one who's very lonely. I mean, if his best friend is a bird and all that. Kind of what they try to show here. End up in the supermarket. I have to buy some bread. Trying to kind of take as many shortcuts there as possible. I think it's the music for this game is written for these games specifically, although I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure they were made for these games. But if you look for a Bird Story OST or To the Moon OST, or for the next game then Finding Paradise OST, you'll find them. Okay, back at our place. So this time we're gonna bring the book out. And the book that Colin has is basically where he keeps all his stories. See, the bird wants to be his friends as well. Can't fly, well, go for the next best thing. Colin's gonna take out the pages of his book. I just start with the one, but I'm gonna line them up nicely. Bit by bit, I'm gonna create a giant sheet of paper. Use every bit of the book that he has. You see, with a giant sheet of paper like that, you can build a giant paper airplane. You know, if we can't fly the normal way, maybe we can fly on that. Bring our bird back to his friends. About to say, there's supposed to be a little island here. Nope, that isn't gonna do. Be on this island. Nope. Oh, no luck. Island number 3. There's 5 of these in total that we have to go past. Now, one thing that I'm doing as I get past these islands is I try to dock as close to where I actually have to make the stop as possible. But here I kind of did that the wrong way around because I went too high up. So the paper airplane at that point kind of just flies across the island first. Takes a little bit of time. Here I was very close, which was a perfect position there. But yeah, none of these islands, the bird finds a new home. So we're just gonna go back home. We see the pages coming back into the book, and essentially what they're trying to symbolize here is that his trip on a paper airplane like that is one of the stories in his book. One of the stories he wrote of the adventures that he would have with the bird. And as we head inside, the vet. Or rather, we actually met the vet somewhere on the street. You know, we gotta hide our little bird friend from him, right? Primary school, and in the classroom we'll find both the teacher and the vet. They're now both gonna try to get us. Yo, DevLogic, go over to the really longathon chat. That's the one I'm actually properly reading, so to speak. We're doing a marathon right now for a marathon run right now for really longathon. So, back at our place. We're getting quite far into a bird story at this point. The game isn't too much longer. And I'm kind of looking forward to moving on to Finding Paradise. There's really very little to commentate about this game just because it already shows you everything through visuals. So, like, there really isn't much more to explain here. Like, this entire run is basically just try to do the movement optimally and try not to make mistakes. Again, we see that it's raining. And this time we do actually bring the umbrella. We aren't gonna play in the puddles like we used to. As we get our confrontation with the vet. Alan doesn't really want to give up the bird though. I mean, he'd be letting go of a friend. That's tough. Gotta say, by the way, I love this piano piece. Yeah, Colin just runs away from his responsibilities. He doesn't want to let go of his one friend. He flies away. We just have to keep flying here, but through the storm, our paper airplane starts to fall apart. It is Def Logic, but it's like everything that you see here is kind of a metaphor. Ways that Colin imagined things happening without them actually happening like that. So this is where we're gonna go look for bird. No, it's the other way that I wasn't sure anymore. Back to the place where it began. Place where he and the bird had met. Okay, back to our apartment. I think this is the last this should be the last chapter. I mean, we're gonna see a lot more of Colin, but it's gonna... well, it's gonna be somewhat more coherent, I suppose. Like before, we see Colin come home to an empty apartment. Pages torn from his book. The little birdie is gone. Despite that, he's going to keep refilling the water and, you know, kind of just hoping that the bird will come back. He's alone again. His only friend, bird, now gone. But by this point he does have all the pages. The book back together. Oh no, or does he just write a... I'm not sure. I thought he was going to put it together. My bad. Guess he makes a paper airplane out of it. I must be misremembering. One night, was woken up by a little bird outside the window. The little birdie came back. And once he's gotten the opportunity to fly again, brings back the paper airplane. Last page. That's it. I wasn't even too bad. Minute 9 behind... No, that's not true. A minute 13 behind world record. I'll take it. Okay, I'm gonna let this play real quick because I really need to go to the bathroom and refill my water, and then we'll continue with Finding Paradise. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Let's move on to game 3. Yeah, as you can tell from this, next game is going to be Finding Paradise. Change the stream title. We do that on the really, really long-a-thon ends as well, if I can. Okay, that's updated. Let's go. A moment, hopefully. Ignore that. Okay, time for game 3. So, for game 3, Finding Paradise, we're gonna go back to our original story, the stories we had Into the Moon. We're kind of gonna combine the premise of the first story with the character of the second. No, that wasn't a crash. It's a game switch. This is a series run, so we're doing 3 games back to back. We just finished the second. Now it's on to the third. So we're back with the same 2 characters that we know and love from the first game. Neil Watts and Ava Rosaline. And this time we've got another client, one that we might already be familiar with at this point, because our next client is going to be Colin, character from A Bird Story. But he's much older now. Now, similar to the Moon, we're gonna kind of go through it the same way. We're gonna start with we're gonna start with sort of a prologue, but we're gonna get Act 1, where we're gonna go through all of the memories of Colin, step by step, piecing everything together. And then Act 2 and 3, we're going to get to the actual, hey, we're gonna change his memories, make him die a happy man, or at least that's the plan. We're gonna start here with a cutscene. We see this girl being bullied. Her teddy bear gets thrown in the water by this older kid. We're gonna pick Rosaline's option because that one's a little bit faster, which is just to take out the bear. If we had selected Watts there, Watts would have thrown the bear in one of the toys from the other kid into the water as well, and there would have been a whole scene there. This is actually one of the first runs where I went for the faster option, but you know. So we're instantly ahead of world record, basically. Yeah, we meet Sophia, the the wife of Colin, and immediately we learn that she's not very fond of us. She clearly doesn't really seem to like the fact that we're here. We're gonna take the elevator up. And we meet with Sophia right there. Okay, here we go. Act 1. Tell me, what do you want to change? So, the man in the bed there, that's Colin, the kid from the last game. You also get to meet his son, Asher. And just like Into the Moon, we set up our machine, get ready to go into Colin's memories. Now, for those that weren't here, Into the Moon, the premise is as follows. Watts and Rosaline, they're agents from the Sigmund Corporation, a company that's developed the technology to go into people's memories in such a way that they can alter the memories to make their dying wish come true. So so Colin here, he's not got much time left. He's about to die, and what we want to do is we are going to go into his memories, alter one tiny little thing, and kind of like a butterfly effect that's going to change how he lived his life in a sense, or at least that's normally the idea, to make sure his wish came true. So we get the patient monitor like that. We're gonna head out. We asked the family what his dying wish is, but the thing is they don't actually know. They never knew what they never understood why he wanted to call us in the first place. So we're gonna pick up the paperwork, which is supposedly still in our car. Or at least that's what we think, and hopefully with that we can figure out what he actually wants. Now, see, the thing is, though, we kind of forgot the paperwork. It's not in the car. So, Rosaline, she's gonna call a colleague, Miss Winters, Roxanne Winters. She's gonna ask if she can take a look, see if she can get the paperwork for us. Turns out it was in Neil's office. Now, initially she was just going to scan the papers and send them over, but since the weather is nice and since they're not really doing anything right now anyway, they're going to drive this way. So Roxanne is actually going to drive over towards us to hand over the papers. So Asher is going to join us, and we're going to take a look around the house, see if we can find some information about Colin. So we learn that he made made airplanes, model airplanes. See their wedding photo. Flowers. Here up in the attic, we'll see a book that for us is already somewhat familiar, but for our characters here, not so much. We see this on the bookshelf here, there's this one green book. But see, the thing is, if we were to open it, which we could have done there, we would have actually learned that the book inside is completely empty. There's nothing written inside. Just blank pages. So here we get some of that comic relief that we were talking about. Same as with To the Moon. We go into the room here. We see an old cello, as well as a piano. Turns out that Colin's mother used to play the piano, and Asher's mother, so Colin's wife, used to play the piano, and Colin himself plays the cello. We get to see a photo album. Of pictures of Asher, but also of Colin and his wife playing music together. Yo, thanks, Farazi. If you want to see the full thing, Farazi, be sure to go over to the really long-a-thon stream. That's where I'll be responding more than in my own chat, at least. Oh, time for us to go into his memories. Just like before, we're gonna get started with his most recent memory. We're not gonna travel back very far. Now, Dr. Watts has added a new feature. Behold! Here we go. Character customization. Yeah, that's a thing now. But we're just gonna ignore it. We can make them all look all sorts of funny stuff, but Rosaline reverts it afterwards anyway. So the fastest is to just confirm and move on. If we go outside, we do see Colin, but not a stable version of Colin. Now, you might remember that in A Bird Story, things weren't always quite the way they seemed to be. And you can see that right away in the hall here. Things aren't quite the same. Because that hallway did not look like that at, when we first came here. So we meet Colin. And he already knows who we are. Or, well, he reads it off of our name tag. But he's figured out what's going on here. He knows that we're here from the Sigmund Corporation. Now, just like before, we need some kind of memento in order to be able to travel further back in time. We ask him about his wish. That's kind of the thing that we'll see throughout. He doesn't really have a particular wish, but rather he's just not happy. He wants to change that. I messed that up somewhere. It's fine. So we travel back to the next scene, and this time around we're gonna get a scene where we're actually at the Sigmund Corporation. This is the place where agents from the Sigmund Corporation discuss contracts, basically. It's where people go if they want to sign up. And Colin's got an appointment here. So Colin doesn't really have a particular wish. Like I said, he just wasn't feeling happy, and he wants us to make him happy, or at least die happy. But in the process, he wants us to change as little as possible. Because, I mean, he's got plenty of regrets, but they make him part of who he is, and he doesn't want to lose that either. And that's the real challenge here. Trying to make him happy without changing anything. Now, as his last thing, we hear that he specifically asks them not to tell his family that that's his wish. That was a really good scene here, by the way. So far, this run's actually been going pretty well. I can keep that up. Guess it hadn't explicitly been mentioned, but there's a very decent chance that we will record Finding Paradise. My D-Rust yesterday was only like a minute and a half off. And I've definitely made a few mistakes then, so curious to see if we can. In any case, we go back a little bit further here. We'll see Colin and Sophia at the apartment. Still relatively close to the present day. Between the few scenes that we see here, not much time changes. We're going back little by little, but not by huge amounts. But yeah, this is quite a day with some significance as well. Also, we learn here that ducks apparently mean quite a lot to him. Of course, if we, from a bird story, we already know a little bit why. He's putting something in the mail here. It's actually only here that we find out what. See, Sophia knows that he's been wanting to get in touch with Sigmund Corp. He doesn't like it at all. She asks him if he's happy. But he convinces him to get in touch. If that's what he really wants, then he should contact us. Let's write away our memento here. The Sigmund Corp business card. Now, just before we actually move on, though, we see a bit of a shadowy figure appear. And she's going to be quite important later on. I know you can't tell yet that it's a girl, but it's a girl. We'll see her some more, I can tell you that. Now moving back a few more days, and we're still talking days at this point, like we're only moving a few days at a time. We see Colin with a piece of paper and he just tosses it on the floor. Crumbles it up and tosses it away. About to say, there's a memento here still. Then he tells Sophia that he's not going. To make some music. Yeah, just this is kind of through these few scenes we just see the struggle that he has with even, like, on the one hand he wants to contact us, but he doesn't. Well, he also doesn't want to upset his wife. We see an ad for Sigmund Corp there. We see a sort of a fight between him and his wife. She doesn't understand. Doesn't understand why he'd want to change anything. Colin can't really explain it either. He just wants things to be better. And then over on the balcony we see Colin just staring at the green book of his. Same green book we've been seeing time and time again. But then something a little strange happens. See, normally you'd go from one memory to the next, slowly but steadily traveling back in time. This time, however, we end up in his childhood. And this might be a rather familiar scene. Well, I'm glad you can draw some inspiration here, Zelnus. But yeah, even, like, especially with this sort of runs, I always love just talking about this story. I mean, there's really not any speed tech for me to explain here. But the story is brilliant. Okay, so this door right here is locked. Just jump down from there. We get to see a quick scene between Colin and his parents. His parents are heading out. There's food in the fridge. Remember the scene where we saw Colin all alone at the house? Yeah, this is that same scene. This is for PC, Asapaska. It's a Steam game. We see Colin jump on his parents' bed, just like we saw in A Bird Story. Him running around with that paper airplane. Watching TV. We get a bit of a reference back to the moon there. I've forgotten one. I always feel like I forget one in this particular scene. That's happened way too many times already. There we go, that's the one. Okay, so I messed up a little bit on that last scene, but I'm pretty sure we're currently ahead of world record. That's not to say anything, because this is the part where I have the biggest amount of time saved, but still noteworthy, I suppose. I'll tell you by how much pretty soon. Yeah, we're about a minute ahead of world record for finding paradise specifically. That's not saying anything. Like I said, that's where my big time save was at, so chances are that's not going to change. Or that the chances are that that's going to change pretty soon. So we get back to a more present day, specifically to Colin's last flight. Now, as part of his last flight, he gets to take his family inside the cockpit to show them what he does. One last time, a tour around the place, so to speak. So, and here we learn that as a possible regret of his, the last landing he had as a pilot was a rough one. Here he gives some kid cello from the luggage, and he mentions that he himself plays as well. I'm sorry, Tanner. Hey, back to Colin's childhood. Specifically the day he got assigned to the cello. He actually wanted a different instrument, but too late. Nothing left. That was the day Colin was sent out of class. See him sitting all alone at the thing. I still don't know what the seesaw. There we go. That's the word. Don't know why I couldn't think of it. Colin getting sent out of class. The next item, however, is that clock. Well, we need a way to reach it. Okay, back to more present day. Specifically the day they went to this apartment. By this point, Rosaline's kind of figured out that there's a pattern here. I mean, we started out like normal. That wasn't a big deal, but then we made a jump to his childhood. From there back. And back to his childhood. And she kind of figured out that we seem to be spiraling to a central point in his life. A gravitational center, if you will. An event that happened sometime in his life that's causing him to... well, or that's kind of at the root of the problem, I suppose. At least in a sense. Gonna take a tour of the apartment as they get toured around here. Now this was supposed to be a Lakeview apartment, but yeah, not exactly. Thought that might trigger something still. The last one. Get the paper airplane over here. Was a brochure before, but Collins folded it toward to a paper airplane. There we go. Now I can use that to travel back to his childhood once more. By this point, we're slightly after the events of A Bird Story. To a particularly important day, actually. In a sense, at least. See, somebody yells towards Colin. There's this girl across the street. That right there, that's Faye. So he says his name, but Faye can't hear him because of the distance. So Colin comes up with an idea. He writes something on a piece of paper and then folds it into a paper airplane. Of course, the paper airplane doesn't quite reach, because the wind is way too strong here. Colin tries again, and fails again. And then Faye tells him to just concentrate. She believes in her. Or she believes in him. And so he throws the plane again, and it travels much further this time. But it doesn't quite reach, though. And that's kind of gonna make Faye laugh, and... But she manages to convince him not to go. You know. They decide that the day after they're gonna walk to school together. Yo, Roald, welcome home. For you as well, if you really want to see the event, I'm streaming it over on Really Longathon channel. That's where it's being restreamed. You're welcome to stay in my chat, but I'll be more responsive there. We see Colin all happy. We also see him practicing the cello in the bathroom. He's quite bad at it. Yo, welcome back, Tall. We get to the TV. Onto a more present day. This time around, we're gonna get to the last concert of Colin's wife. Her last performance. She was a musician, and we already knew that she played music from the piano, but he was quite something. We see him setting up the chairs like that. As we walk down and back up, we see a bit of a glitch in the system of sorts. A flash towards that same night where she was actually playing. And here we get to see Colin and Sophia play together. Just practicing for that last performance of hers. Right, that was it. Kinda messed that up, but it's fine. Now by this point we know what's gonna happen, right? We were in old age, so it's back to his childhood. We see Colin walking up the mountain with the cello. We see Faye walking behind him. Now Colin suggests to race to the top. So let's see how they do. We get the remark here that it's interesting how Faye never showed up in any of his more recent memories. We see her all the time in the past ones, but... And she must have played quite an important role considering he still remembers her. Oh, that'd be very sad if Imposter Factory is going to be the last one. We move all the way back to the top now. See Faye and Colin playing together there. Colin mentions that he can just sort of play the scales, but that's about it. So Faye suggests that, you know, he just plays the scales and she'll play along. Together they actually kind of managed to make something off of it. Yeah, true, Zelnus. I just hope that that's it. They just... Series is over on account of them having told the story. It was a beautiful story. It's sad to see it go, but... That's it, then so be it. Back to more recent days. This time around we're gonna get to the playground. Asher is still just a little kid by this point. We're gonna make quite a bit bigger gaps in time. This is really where that's gonna become apparent. Asher is playing on these tires. He's not gonna come down for his dad. And then Colin, he sees someone. recognizes him. But before they get a chance to actually interact, they, well, Asher falls down the tires. You know, by the time that Colin looks back, he's already gone. That ghost there, just like it's the same one from before, and it's an important character. But we'll get back to who she is later. Back to Colin in his early teenage years, where we see him trying to push some tires on top of each other, but without too much success. Wouldn't you know it, Faye shows up. By this point, Colin has switched school. We're talking about much more recent days. The school he goes to, well, it might just look familiar if you've been here for a bit. See, Colin from this game and Johnny from To the Moon, they went to the same school. So Colin decides to give Faye a tour of the school. She goes to a private school. Now in the gymnasium, Colin is practicing with a bunch of other people for a concert coming up. Faye decides to watch, but eventually she falls asleep. Colin just laughs it off, though. He's just happy that she's here. Well, Varazi, I'll just say that it's a lot more complicated. But we'll get to that. So this time we're gonna get to a hospital. Colin seems to be quite in a rush. So much so that he actually walks into the wrong room here. Baby boy was just born. Just when he picks up his own son, Asher starts to cry. That kind of scares him more than anything. He hands him back to Sophia and walks out the room for a moment. But after having caught his breath, he stands up. He's a stack of paper and he knows what to do. The one thing he's always done, right? So this is another one of the regrets that he had. He got scared like that as boy was born. Sophia kind of comforts him and reassures him. Then holds a paper airplane and throws it at his wife. They kind of just are there together. It's a happy little family. So we go back into the future again. Or sorry, back into the past again. Back to his childhood self. This time, however, we end up on the other side of the building. And let's just say that's another one of those places where we're gonna get a little bit of comic relief here, just to kind of how the game breaks up the very serious parts that we have here. This time, you know, how are we going to get to the other side? Well, Watts has an idea with this hook shot. It should be good enough. So interestingly enough, it can actually be several different planets that show up here. That's random. Because we basically mash through the text just about instantly, it doesn't matter time-wise. Yesterday I got Pluto in my practice run. It's kind of funny how that goes. So Faye tells him that it's too far away to throw the paper airplane. He's not gonna make that. And this is kind of where Faye can... Well, Colin, he tells Faye about the bird. The bird friend he had as a kid. And, you know, that he'd like to be able to fly on a paper airplane like that. Like in a story one day. Now, of course, a paper airplane isn't going to work, but Faye convinces him maybe he should consider becoming a pilot. I mean, it's not quite the same, but I mean, he could take lessons. There's an airport nearby, just a small family-owned airport. So maybe he should try to get some lessons there. Doesn't hurt to ask, right? So with some convincing from Faye, Colin will decide to give it a shot. See if that's something for him. It's that one. And that poster. That's it. Like that, and then there we go. So we've already seen his last flight. Now we're gonna get to one of his first flights. Commercial pilot. We also learn at this point in time that he's expecting a child. We get back to his teenage years, to the day where he goes into the airport and see if he can get some work here. There's somebody willing to train him to become a pilot. See them drawing a plane on the whiteboard with a cat face. So the girl here mentions that he should talk to the owner. It's a family-owned airport, and Faye kind of suggests that it's kind of like the mafia. And well, that idea kind of stuck with Colin, because as we go in, see him talking to what seems to be a mob boss. The mob, the owner of the airport, or offers him to do work for the airport in return for flying lessons. Because, you know, he doesn't have any money, he can't pay for it himself. But, you know, he can do some work. So again, Amadou. So the memento here is the drink. There we go. See, our next memory is of Sophia and Colin's honeymoon. But at their honeymoon, he manages to spill his drink all over Sophia's dress. Later on in the game, we'll actually learn that this is where Sophia teaches him that from the juice that he spilled, you could actually use that as invisible ink. The green book that he's been keeping, one with no words in it, which we never actually saw because we didn't open the book, but it's all written in invisible ink. Seems like we're actually doing really well time-wise. Not entirely sure, but I think I'm quite a good bit ahead of world record. Hope we can keep that up. I did that wrong. Oh wait, I used the wrong... crud. Okay, I messed that up. And then that. That should do it. Finally. That was really slow. Okay though. Yeah, we're like 4 minutes ahead of world record right now. Yeah, it sure does, Cheetah. Sure does. We see Faye and Colin at the airstrip, where he's cleaning some planes, you know, doing the work. So Colin helps out Barry here. Barry is eventually the guy, the pilot, who ends up training Colin. I believe Barry tells Colin that he used to be a skywriting pilot. Until he got fired from that. I don't remember the exact details, but... So here's something a little bit strange happens. If something isn't going quite the way it normally would. Doors were closed earlier. And if we go through them, let's just say we're not at the airstrip anymore. Instead, we ended up high above the clouds. Like a tear in a memory, and we eventually get pushed out. Watts blames Rosaline for pushing him out, but that's not quite what happens. They were both pushed away. They happen to just land on the plane that Colin and Faye happen to be in. As that's Colin's first flight. Of course, Watts is now dead. Except that's definitely not. I do have to walk around here. I'm way too far already. On me, movement. Yeah, Colin's gonna get the cap from Barry. That's our memento to move on. Go, the pilot's cap. Good thing there isn't too much run left, because I can start feeling my fingers starting to cramp up a little bit. So, very short scene here. We get to see... Basically, this is the reason why Barry was fired, I believe. He isn't great at spelling. And so the message from Colin to Barry, or from I'm kind of messing this up, but it should be okay. Oh. Message, the will you marry me was misspelled as a result. I mean, we know, of course, that it didn't end up mattering, but still a thing that happens. Now we're starting to get very close to that center point. There's only a handful of memories left. The next one is where we see both Colin and Faye heading towards a performance at the music hall theater thing here. This is actually the day that Colin and Sophia met. Now Faye, she's just gonna hang around here. Isn't gonna come back and she isn't gonna come inside with him. But she'll be right here. Oh, just like that, it's time for rehearsal. The memento. That right there is the moment they met. I wouldn't get in touch until a little bit later, but... Colin makes a bit of a mistake there, and then they just move on, go into the solo sequence. You get to see just how good Sophia is at the piano. Okay. Back to a bit more recent days, although by this point the gap between them, we're talking a few weeks apart. We see Colin and Sophia on a date here. The aquarium. Yeah, this is one of the last scenes we're going to see. We're almost at the end of Act 1. And after, just like Into the Moon, it's really after Act 1 that we're gonna get to see what the story is all about. And why he's unhappy, and we're gonna get a bit of a plot twist soon. But first we're gonna play through these last few scenes. I think there's one more after this, if I'm not mistaken. So they start to talk about, you know, why they do what they do, why they took the job they did. I'm doing this one wrong. Okay, hold on. I'm doing this horribly wrong right now. Ugh, come on, me. There we go. Wow, that was terrible. Don't know how I messed it up that badly. That was painful, but whatever. Fine. I could afford a mistake there. We're still on a really solid pace. So this right here is the last scene we're gonna see for a while. There is still one more scene in between, but we're not gonna see that until Act 3. This is the day the airport is going to close. So Colin's gonna get that painting as a present for the good work that he's done. So we get outside here. Colin, well, he's gonna have to find new work. He's already applied for a job as a pilot. I mean, he knows how to fly already, so... Also mentioned that they were drifting apart. That's kind of been a thing. Faye and Colin, they've kind of started to drift apart a bit here. So this is where Watts and Rosaline, they kind of start talking about removing Faye from Colin's memories. Because, you know, them drifting apart is probably what made him unhappy, so if he just doesn't remember Faye, then that won't be an issue anymore. Act 2. Have to leave anymore. By this point, we're still about 4 minutes ahead of world record for Finding Paradise, by the way. So, considering we're this much ahead going into Act 2, I find it very likely that we might actually get a world record this run. For the last game, that is. I didn't get that on either of the first 2 games. But still, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, basically, Watts is gonna get the paperwork sorted while Rosaline looks for the last missing link, basically. Yo, kill Raiden, cool boy. I've mentioned it a few times already today, but if you're in my chat right now and you want to see the full marathon, be sure to head over to the Really Really Longathon channel. I'll be much more responsive to chat there. You are, of course, welcome to stay in my chat as well if you prefer. Where is she again? Oh wait, did she go into... I think she went into the attic. Okay, I'm kind of screwing up Act 2. Yeah. Went up here, didn't she? He has the... green book there. One with all the empty pages. Now we have to go to the car. I lost a bit of time there due to quite a bit of unnecessary movement. Try to get through the rest of this act as fast as I can to mitigate the actual time loss. So this kid tells us about how Colin used to teach her, or how Colin taught her how to write with invisible ink. We also get a call from Rosaline here. She asks us to check for Faye. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna call Dr. Winters, see if she can look into it, see who this Faye character really is, what we know about her. So then Ava calls us and things start to kind of break up. It's as if she can't hear us. Like, we can hear her, but she can't hear what we reply. We get another call from Dr. Winters. She's been looking up the record of this Faye, and see, the thing is, she can't find her. It's like there's no record in her of her at all. Not even just in their system, but anywhere. It's as if she never even existed. Act 3. Even if it was just someone like me. So we're gonna go back into the memories. But we did learn something that's gonna be quite important. There doesn't seem to be any record of Faye at all. Yeah, Act 2 in this game is super short. Like, Act 2 is only like 7 minutes or something. The main takeaway of it is just that, the background of Faye, what we needed to learn a little bit about. Yeah, now we get to the next little bit of a weird part. As we go into the overlapping timeline, so to speak, which, granted, is a little bit messed up compared to the one we had into the moon. Well, we're gonna... because we can't find Rosaline, so we're gonna check from the timeline whether we can find any data about her. We scan for activity and she's not there. Or there. Or in that one. As we scan for activity, we can't find anything from Rosaline. She's not anywhere. We have the system narrow down her last location, and that was exactly the memory that we were at. So we're gonna just look at the video feed, at the recording of it all, where we were getting a call from Rosaline. And where she asks us to look into Faye. Not 2 minutes later, well, stuff happens. Start to see that that doesn't really improve either. See, Faye, she's got more control here than we initially gave her credit for. She's gonna threaten us to leave this place. He wants us to leave. Tells us that Colin's changed his mind and he doesn't want us here. But we have a few tricks up our sleeve as well. We still have some powers here, right? For a little bit of effort. Here we go. Time for us to transform, because, you know, we need to take on whatever she is. That's clearly how this works. Yeah, we're gonna get some epic boss fights here. I mean, hey, what do you know? We're actually still in an RPG of sorts, right? Or, well, that's what they're gonna have us believe. But she instantly knocks us out. Nice attempt, but that's not how this game works. And she kindly requests us to leave. Now, in order to actually move on, we need to find a form of Colin stable enough for us to traverse through the times that we've already been through. Luckily, there's one right here. When we scan for activity for Faye, he's in literally every timeline at once. Remember in that timeline where we had an adult Colin? We saw a ghost on the other side of the street? Yeah. It was Faye. He's now going to lock us out of this memory. Well, we lost access to that part. Time to try a different part of Colin. So here we try to attack back, but yeah, that isn't exactly going to work. So we're gonna just forfeit the battle, because that's the fastest way to end it. We can fight that, but there's no point. We couldn't win. I think in that one you can't actually win, even if I were to try. We're gonna move to the more recent memory. Or sorry, to the earlier memory. And after that we're gonna try to do the more recent ones. Now in this one we actually already know where Faye is, because, well, she's been here all this time. Now we get another battle, and this time we can't forfeit right away. But we actually have to fight her. However, other than that, the fight is actually very similar to before. I don't have to win. In fact, it's faster for me to just lose. And we get locked out once again. 3 down, 2 more to go. Now we're going to go to a very recent memory. In fact, his most recent accessible memory. We try to talk to Colin, but then our access pretty quickly gets blocked and Faye shows up to interrupt here. Now this time around, Rosaline is here to kind of help us out. So we get another battle, just like the last one. This time around I could actually win, but the fastest is to just lose. So that's what we're gonna do. Now, very important though, I have to say I want to forfeit. We have to accept the outcome. That's very important. Okay, last one. Colin's last flight. But Faye was in here as well. Right there. So just like the last one, we have to actually fight her. And in theory, we could win, but the fastest thing is still to lose. We just wait for her to knock us out. Accept the outcome, just like before. It's interesting how the fastest strat is for us to actually lose all of the fights. But now we have a little bit more to work with here. The memory we were at. We see Rosaline, but well, we pretty quickly figure out that she isn't Dr. Ava Rosaline, rather she's Faye. And now we're gonna get into an epic boss fight. Now I know this marathon hasn't been going for very long, so we haven't seen a lot of these epic RPG boss fights, but yeah, you might recognize this one, or at least what this one's based off of. So yeah, epic boss fight, but we're gonna just forfeit because that's faster. In the meantime, Ava is back, and she's gotten a few more tricks up her sleeve. And so we managed to stop her once and for all. Well, sort of. See, the reason she's tearing apart all these memories is because she believes that we want to erase her. Instead, we're going to offer her something else. We're going to offer her to cooperate. You know, find a compromise. You know, at the end of the day, what we're here for is to make Colin happy. That's our goal, not so much to erase her. We just thought that was what we needed to do. So, after some effort, we get the last memento. And that allows us the option to move on. So, the final piece of memory. The memory we've been spiraling around. We head up another mountain trail. Now, just a few points to quickly recap before we get into this next scene. Colin, we knew from A Bird Story, was incredibly lonely. That's kind of been a thing throughout. We also know that Faye apparently isn't real. There's much more to her than that. So... they're going to go up the trial. Faye knows that he's not really tired. He's just stopping himself from going up there. But he couldn't. Back at the top, we see the two of them playing music again together. Like they used to. He's up here today. Always is. You don't have to leave anymore. You can fly now. Wherever you go, I can go with you. You really are stubborn, aren't you? You think you're getting a bit too old for me to stay? People would laugh at you if they knew. Colin just says that made him who he is. He can fly because of her. He taught him to practice the scales? No. He can't teach him any of that. He just needed someone to be there, even if it was someone like her. Oh yeah, we're gonna beat Estimate by like 15 minutes. Faye just tells him that, you know, he's been spending way too much time with her, forgetting what is, wondering what could be. He has to let her go. Colin just doesn't want to be alone. I mean, sure, if Faye goes, he'll be alone at times, but part of growing up, a life. What makes the moments that we have with loved ones so much more precious. Give him more of a drive to look for that. There's a lot waiting out there for him, and it won't always be good, but you wouldn't find it living on the pages of theirs. He brought her into this world. He's helped carry him so far, but anything that he can do, or anything they can do, he can do. Oh, Faye, are you ready? Doesn't know, because doesn't think he's ready for the end. Doesn't care what she is. His first real friend. And it doesn't have to be the end, so Faye says. One day, he'll look back. One day he'll come and they'll talk like they used to. He can tell her all about his life, about the happy life he had, about the memories he's made. Take a while, but that day comes. Lots of happy memories to share. Time. Many times he's replace those pages. They must be talking a lot. But maybe those last pages shouldn't be about her. Like life. Different pages. Carry yourself. Colin says he hasn't said goodbye, but his own way he has. So it's time for her to leave. Now, John's already pointed it out, but Faye was Colin's imaginary friend. He was lonely, didn't have anyone, so he made a friend. All the pages in his book, the stories they've gone through together. See, that's the thing. Never came back. So Ava realizes that the reason Colin's unhappy is just because he wanted to see her again. Her absence is what made him unhappy. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. My own way. Always be there to protect you. Also, I can pretty safely say at this point, unless I make a major mistake between now and the end, this should be world record. At least for Finding Paradise. Basically, as long as we end under 527, it's guaranteed world record. Which we should be able to. This should be about a 523 as it stands. Get to see some bits and pieces of memory loosely hanging together as Colin is reaching his final moments. Things are getting unstable because the body is pretty much literally shutting down. See, this is where Sophia told him about the invisible ink. Learned that trick from her in the end. All the fleeting memories. All leading back here. So we end here. By this point, we've realized that we shouldn't erase her. That's not what would make Colin happy. She might be make-believe, but she is the one thing that Colin had. Now, there's another problem though. We don't have enough time to make Colin happy. There's nothing left at this point. We've got mere minutes. But there is something that can. There is one way that we might have a shot at giving Colin a happy end after all. So, let's does the one thing he can. Giving full control to Faye. Asking Faye to make sure that he dies a happy man. So that's just what she's gonna do. Right there, the kid out just seconds later passes away. That's how he died. We still don't know yet what happened in those final moments. Hard to say whether it worked or not. But none like that before. I have to dig through the data and hope they can make something off of it. But, well, there is one thing we did learn. But we asked Asher for a lighter. Remember that green book? At the end of the day, it was written in invisible ink. Worries he had.
I never stood up very tall. I think my voice was fairly small. But there were times I'd want to shout, though my thoughts weren't sorted out. So I'd stumble and I'd fall. I learned to fly because of you. So
Hey.
if you left, I could go too. And everything you saw in me, that's what I wanted to be.
Making the
Make it
flight
after
lessons.
all.
Making the drawing of
The grass on
the plane with the cat face. His first flight.
only greener in my mind. I'd still want it the same, because trading my yes
Time with Sophia.
is to wish my life away.
Getting engaged and eventually marrying.
As we dream and as we grow,
Birth of Asher.
we have to learn to let things go. But let the wonder never fade, though we've turned 10,000 pages, flying high or stuck below. I've searched for meaning amidst doubt. I finally figured that part out. And all the stories inside me feels like I'm bursting at the seams. And you're here after all. All the grass on the other side.
Asher growing up and leaving the house. Sofia's last performance.
Because trading my yesterday
And playing together at home. There is one thing different. He never had to contact us in these memories. Never went to Sigmund Corp. No need. As he steps out onto the balcony. Let's just say there might be somebody there waiting for him. And for something, old-timer? In a while, huh? In a while. You haven't changed much. Whose fault is that now? Listen, wish it were under better circumstances, but still had the time to tell you all about what happened since. Okay, he was there. He's only here to say goodbye. He asks if he still has regrets. Well, he has many. But that's okay. Chances he missed, he wish he had, they're still part of it. Part of what he has. What he does have, he wouldn't trade for the world. So it's time to go home. Alan? Sorry, she had to leave. Alan just thanks her for being there, even when nobody else was. So she came back, in a sense. See, when his heart gave out, this is what he remembered. Together with his wife, he drew his last breath. So, Selmas, time is coming up. I'll let you know when it is. Yeah, that is the Sigmund Corporation series. Hope the onion cutting ninjas didn't get you guys too bad. Boy, that game is something. Now I guess as we do our outro here for this game, and with that for the series run, quickly want to thank Selnus for setting up this marathon once again. It had a bit of a bit of a rough start today, but things ended up quite well. Again, for those of you that don't know me, my name's Cruel. I mostly run Pokemon games, and that's actually what I'll be running next week, as I've got another run then. But you know, if you're into that sort of thing, be sure to head over to my end. This was the Sigmund Corporation series, and I gotta say, I am very stoked for part 3 coming out next year. Beautiful series to play, and even when speedrunning it, it still always brings me at least close to tears. If not, just to tears in general. Fantastic game, can strongly recommend all of them. Yeah, there's a few more text boxes and then we'll get to time. So, Selnus, be ready. Also, this is world record for finding paradise. Pretty much guaranteed right now. The other two were not, but the third one is. And because of how much I saved on finding paradise, it's actually also the new quote-unquote world record for the series run, if you can consider it that. Because between the first two games, I only lost like a minute and a, or not even a minute and a half, and this is world record by more than a minute and a half. That's it. Time. So yeah, that is Finding Paradise world record by about 5 minutes.